We are streaming. Oh my days! Quick, we're streaming. Is this thing on?
Okay, welcome to the TtS World Championships 2024. We are now up and running.
Live from Blueberry.
Indeed. The technology didn't work out quite how we were hoping this morning, but we'll be getting you some live footage over the next 15 minutes or so.
Do you want to see if you can see it like? Well, let's see if I can see it on the channel. Not a very popular channel, so. So what do you log on to? Very good question. YouTube. Okay. Yeah. So I might be able to review it. It's going to be under. So if you look for Wolverine Reviewer 4187. Is it all on there? 4187. 4187. No space after the zero. It might look like it.
4187. So you?
But without space between
Oh.
the and the review.
No, that's just great. And now it's got War Game Review of 4187.
Was this where they're putting the slips?
Sorry?
The result slips? Another one. Tim's Marshall's had a. Tim's had a. I'll get a result and there's
Thank
another
you.
result slip.
Tim Marshall, did you say? Oh, that's not me.
I'm hoping it is.
That looks like it. So, you need to click on that. There.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah, got massive. That was well massive, kid.
Oh, we've got them all coming. All the results coming in now. Yep. If we're happy to do some interviews in a bit.
Not with me.
I thought you were practiced.
You've got to be
Steve.
careful with these cables.
Can't.
Steve. I know
Yeah,
that-
thanks, John. If you can keep reminding people.
No, Simon.
Have we got the tape?
Simon, since I've left you, are you doing better?
In
still?
in
I've
half
really
an hour it
felt
won't be a
guilty
problem
you
because
were
we'll move the
doing
table
so
closer.
Yeah.
So
Oh, sorry, mate. I just thought, oh,
I was just
Got to be
rubbish.
careful.
I thought about some
Rubbish cards. Rubbish
Yeah, you were
cards.
very unlucky because you kept on trying to cards and they were cards. It's true.
That's the way it goes.
Yeah, but that's the first game. It's not that we move on. We'll get,
Yeah, yeah.
we'll get back to you.
It just means less. I've got less chance of winning the sorry.
Sorry about that.
good result.
Well, I don't know really. I think actually, I mean, he's been very unlucky.
Yeah.
Oh, I can see you typing away as well.
Yeah, that it'll look a bit more professional as we get there.
No, it's looking good already.
need to know Colin Bright's army details because he was actually I'll have that sheet somewhere.
Colin Bright. Who
Yeah.
are you going to interview? Who do you want to interview? Peter?
Maybe once we've got all of this in there. Right, so what results have we got so far?
So what do you want Colin Bright's list?
Yeah, I've got all of the lists stacked up in pairs in the other room. So Peter riding versus Smith, that's 13-0. Roger Calderbank, Tim Thompson. Thank you.
You're going to want a table for this, aren't you?
Right, so we're not going to be able to get anything from Simon's game because he's finished. Right, what's this looking like at the moment? We'll do some testing anyway. Yeah, it's working, so I've put some scores in. And
Peter riding.
yeah. Okay, for any of you following this, Peter is a 2 times world champion, something that he's quite proud of. And
3 times.
sorry, yeah, I think 3 times on technicality, and he's currently topping the lists with 200 points with his Tang army. How is this going to go for him? Is this going to be another year for Peter? We've got another world champion. Simon's made a poor start. Very unfortunate cards, I gather, but his battle has ended up badly for him.
I'm connected to Wi-Fi now. So why do I go onto YouTube again? Do I?
Right.
Just your password.
Oh, thank you.
Make sure you need it.
Yeah. Okay, this is a very depressing sight, John.
Is it?
Yes.
Peter's at the top.
Peter is at the top again.
Predictable. Could have written it out before we started. More games? What?
Right.
Tiny 4-1.
8-7.
Okay, so I need to adjust this so it covers exactly what I want to show.
First one, guess.
So double W, screen to my channel. That's the live stream. Click on that. Should get delayed voice double.
And you should be able to see the live results table. Okay, I'm happy that that is now all working.
Yeah, how does he do it?
We'll film Peter next. We'll see.
Are you getting it on there?
Not no. I'll press.
Try again. This is live. Hang on. Oh, there we go. There we go.
Oh, right.
So to full screen, you might want to turn your
Oh yeah. So it's up to date.
live chat. Do you want to chat with people?
No, I'm talking to you now.
Concurrent viewers. We've got 2 viewers at the moment.
How many people do you want on the interview?
I don't know, I'm quite happy to interview as many people as. Can we get the John's camera set up and just check that that's all working before we try interviewing anyone?
Oh yeah, you can hear
It's John Camp.
hear what we're saying. Careful what you say now. No,
That's
nothing libelous. or
That's a bit of a lag there. Anyway, right. So let's get this set up. So this is video capture device. John. Yeah.
I'll get the other headphones. Unless we
It's not. It's
camera
not.
microphone.
Yeah, it's not recognising a device.
Which device is it not recognising?
This one.
That's because somebody just switched off. Power. There we go, and then
Go down. You've got 20 players in there.
Yep.
It goes down to 16. You've got to do it on a different page.
hang on a minute, John. Sorry. Is it working?
Let's have a go. Yep.
John Cow is live. Do not swear.
So is the 17, 18, 19, 20 on a different page?
No, it's on the same page. It's just the text is too large. So I can do view, zoom. Yep.
Did you want any squash?
Yes, please.
I'll get you some.
Brilliant. Okay, there we go.
Is there any trends?
Right, so you're currently on there. I currently got one viewer.
Great. Hi viewer.
If
Hope
I,
you're having a nice time.
it might be you.
It probably is, yeah.
Okay.
We're up to 1,500,000 views.
Sorry, John?
We're up to 1.5 million views.
Wonderful.
So
You'll get there.
We're all
They're all in
working.
China. They're all the Secret Service in China.
we haven't got the audio from this camera as well.
No.
Oh,
Shall I set that up? Yeah. So that's an audio input capture. That is. Oh, thank you.
Trust that's all right. None of it's too weak or too strong.
That's very nice, thank you.
If you don't want to, you don't have to. We've got 20 players here. We don't have to interview them in person. I'm really tired. Okay. Do you mind? We'll ask Peter. I'm sure that Peter. He's got much better interview voice than I.
Yes, don't get too intellectual. I didn't sleep a wink last night.
Okay, if you point the camera at
Oh, I think it's got to be.
Am I here?
It's got to be held somewhere, otherwise it's going to be really shaky. So I thought we'd.
Did you show my best side? I'm still looking for that.
Here's something for the camera stand, which we do not have.
What sort of thing do you want, by the way?
We'll
Is
just
it
talk,
about the battle?
yeah, whether you won by luck or
Sure.
what part of the opponent's army was most difficult to fight. Um, oh, you've. That's okay. Sorry, it went blank for a minute.
Right. I'll tell you what, I'll have to hold it. So, how am I going to get both of you in shot? Do you want to get a bit closer, Peter?
Sure, wherever you want.
So, do we know if we've got the sound from this coming through?
Yes, we have definitely got the sound coming back. For that.
Is it like
They're both equally.
live?
Yes.
Oh, so me going on about it now is actually live.
Yeah, we're live at the moment. We've got one person watching it.
Oh, that's me.
Okay. So that means we've got nobody watching it.
Well,
They
there
will
might be a record
regret
of
it.
They will regret it.
When they've got their grandchildren sitting on their knee and they say, I should have been there.
I was there.
I
Well,
was
you
there.
prove it.
I've got the
can't.
scars to prove it.
Anyway,
That's what I'll say.
welcome, Peter.
Thank you.
Yours was the first result coming through.
Right.
Yeah, 55 minutes here it says, and a 13-0 victory. So congratulations, that's really impressive.
Thank you.
How did the battle go?
It went very fortunately for me. My opponent was relatively new to the game, and he knew the rules well. The challenge for him was he was just incredibly unlucky with the cards. So on several occasions he drew an 8 or a 9 when he needed a second activation. He used his general to redraw the card, and in both cases he got a 10 or a card, which means if he hadn't redrawn it he would have got the second activation. But because he drew a higher card, slightly higher card, not only did he got the activation, but it made the next one more difficult, and he didn't get the second activation. So that was really the story of his game.
Okay, so the Tang were out manoeuvring the enemy kind of
Yes.
throughout the game.
Yes, when we deployed, he split his cavalry equally on both sides, and so I focused my cavalry against one of those flanks. I managed to get behind his flank with some light cavalry, and that always causes stress for the player, and it also causes more risk of taking a flank attack. And so a combination of my veteran lance-armed cavalry charging into the flank of his knights and 2 light cavalry charging into his flanks, the stats just grew, and with a bit of bad luck on his side, it meant that I took that entire flank. Meanwhile, on the other flank, I had advanced and then was starting to retreat again, so that his other strong flank, which he had Richard the Lionheart and 2 veteran knight units, they never actually fought. As he advanced, I managed to withdraw into my camp, and so I was lucky. Robert was unlucky, a real gentleman about it too. But as ever, outflanking is a very powerful manoeuvre in these war games.
Okay, got live results coming in here. Sid playing Sean, and looks like Sid's won 12-6, so good victory there for Sid.
Sid being the
Sid being the current world champion, so he'll be up the top of the table, but not quite as high as Peter, who's managed a whitewash victory there. So thank you very much, Peter, and thank you for your tactical advice there. For anyone who's out there listening, this is great advice on how to win at TtS from a double former world champion.
I say, thank you very much. Just one other tip, my hero figures are tigers, which are themed, and I think that's bringing me good luck as well. So theme your heroes, and you never know, that might help you.
I think that might be scaring the opposition as well.
Yeah, indeed, why not?
Okay.
The tiger has roared.
sounded good.
Can I just? Yes. Okay. Sorry. My sound on. Your sound
Oh
on.
no, we don't want two sounds. We don't want two sounds at the same time. That sounds like really bad.
Okay.
It's going to sound like a Dalek.
Okay, so that sounds on, so you can interview both of us with that. And camera is going on now. Right, so Sid, you're the current reigning world champion.
After a great deal of luck last year, absolutely. I got lucky last year. I had 4 games, 3 against other Romans, because I use a Roman army. So it's like the year of the 4 emperors, I like to call it. I played 1 lance arm down army, and that actually was the one that beat me. So I got fortunate, as I say.
But this year you come with the lances yourself. You bought.
I've decided to go with a herd and went with a lance army for the win. I say that it's a Parthian army.
Yeah, so the Parthians have got the cataphracts, the heavy cavalry with the lances, and light cavalry, and then the Sarmatians are much more kind of mixed shooting and lances all the way across.
Cavalry with lance and bow, and a bit of light cavalry as well. So they could have been a lot more dangerous because they can shoot me down from a distance and run away when the cataphracts charge, and then just take out my light cavalry. But my Parthians have got a little extra, as they say. They got light infantry with them as well, and that makes a massive difference. Just to sort of slip through the woods and things, and that's caused him problems. So I should have a lucky game, and I got a win. So things are going okay so far.
Okay, and how did the battle play out?
I basically had lots of light cavalry on one flank, which delayed his best troops, and I overwhelmed his right flank. And I just clogged him up with light infantry through the woods, because we're using a very different terrain system this year.
What do you think of the train system?
I like it. Basically what you have is you have 5 cards with a variety of terrain and a variety of density. If you win the scouting, you choose to discard 2 of them. I actually discarded the 2 most open because of my light infantry, and I knew he had none. And then the defender chooses 1 of the remaining 3. In this case he chose the most open left, which wasn't that open. Then as I outscouted him, I then choose a side and go first. So it speeds things up, makes it more interesting as well.
And I think there's a few things you said there that kind of show me why you are the current world champion. You're talking about choosing your terrain quite carefully, comparing your army to the opponents, and
Absolutely.
I think quite a lot of players just choose something fun to play over.
Yeah.
And don't
Or
think that
quick
much
to
about
set
the
up.
different troop types.
I mean, previous years I've used a samurai army, which is basically all javelin and light infantry, and lives in the difficult terrain.
There you go. Thank you very much.
And obviously I got hammered, absolutely hammered, but it was still fun. So,
Okay. We've just got some live results coming in here. Matt has beaten Martin. So that is Matt Slade's 8 British have taken down the Romans. Good news for the British there. Quite a surprising result, I think. The Romans are quite a powerful army, as you said.
well, there's one. The thing about them is the legions. There was a tactic used last year whereby the legions would go in, attack. If they failed, because legions don't get penalised in manoeuvre, they drop back. And we've still got a high armour save under the rules. They can rally quite quickly, so they can get rid of that hit and they go back in again. It's changed slightly this year insofar as if you rally, there's a chance you can give away a queen. But it happened to me. I got disordered, pulled back, rallied successfully. But on an even card, I then lost a coin for rallying. So that sort of nerves the Roman a little bit. But I think we've still got 2 or 3 Romans this year. In fact, I think there's a Roman Dacian ongoing, which is again a good historical stock.
Yeah, so we'll see how that goes. Anyway, many congratulations.
Thank you.
And let's hope the next round goes well as well.
It's toy soldiers, who cares? I meet my friends, that's all that counts.
Still feels good to win though.
Normally unusual, but we're okay.
And
Thanks very much.
Thanks for putting a tie on as well.
It's all about standards. I have low standards and fail to achieve those.
I'll just literally sit here and do that.
Well, I don't know whether you're going to commentate.
You're live.
Looking forward to this battle.
Are you live?
I don't think so. Well, I'm not sure, to be honest. That's the.
I think you are live, actually.
Well, yeah.
So I think it's a bit of a delay.
That's right. All right.
That looks like
Because you're doing it from the top as well, aren't you?
what it is.
Oh, it's live now.
Oh, who's that?
That's Rob.
That was Rob, was it?
Yeah. But must be from that camera.
No,
No, it's from this camera now.
there's
Oh,
a
no.
delay on it. There is a couple of second delay.
Right.
So I don't know whose finger that is.
Don't know. Can't be mine. It might have been mine a few minutes ago.
No, that's the one.
That's
That's Bevan. That's not Rob.
No, this is
He's
quite a
looking
while
at the
ago. It's not working. Not properly working. Sorry, I'm in the way. Sorry. Fine.
No, I've got that one. I can see what's going on. Okay. Yeah.
Maybe just you can see it.
These seem to be making a comeback, Peter.
I've noticed.
Oh. I gave mine away to Steve Thompson in the end.
So I don't know what we're going to do about commentary. So we did just sort of briefly discuss the music you have when you come on. Whether you want simply the best or something like that.
Something carnival, surely, for Venice.
Yes, yes, bit of decor, yes. Carnival.
That looks like it's an interview.
That's from ages ago.
Yeah.
That should be live now.
Yeah, why don't we?
But he's not patched in this camera yet.
And anything we say can be edited out, can't it?
No,
Okay.
it's live.
All right. Okay. Now what for I say then? Have you told these two about four-letter words? We don't want it. We don't want it four-letter words.
Okay, hello viewers, and welcome to the second battle from the World Championships TtS 2024. This is featuring Peter Riding and Rob Avery, both very good players, so this should be a great game to watch. Peter is using Tang Chinese, with which he has done very well in a couple of competitions already this year. And Rob has got his Venetian, later Italian condottieri. Again, they've performed quite well, but maybe not quite as well as Peter's army has. Both these players have played each other quite frequently, and they know each other's strategies inside out, so this should be a good fight. They're currently deploying the table, so they've done scouting and they've laid out the terrain, and I will keep you updated on the armies as the deployment takes place.
So what army have you got, Peter?
I have got a Chinese Tang of the 9th century.
Right. And then Rob's got Venetian army.
Yeah, later Italian condottieri.
Right.
Venetian.
Right.
A very tough army to beat.
Right.
Last time we fought with these same two armies in Wales, it was a draw.
Oh, right.
A lot of these figures are Perry's plastics, aren't they, Rob?
They are indeed.
They're great figures. They must be some of the most popular plastic sets ever made, I think. I don't think this works.
One spear. These are spearmen because there's only two ranks of them, and these are pikemen. So last time I was yes. So I had to borrow them. So not this time. We are quarters. General there. General is here in the front of these pikes. And that's my first time.
Can you move the camera forward a bit?
Good luck, by the way, sir. Can you see what I'm recording?
So see if we can get you married. So you're about 10 seconds away.
If my arm is slightly changed from the one you thought of.
That's all right. Yeah, thank you.
How did I know that was going to be the first one? I could have written down.
Okay, so Rob has deployed a command in front of a camp with fortifications on, and that command is going to be a couple of units of later knights.
With a senior general in that box.
Great. I am deploying a unit of.
Okay, Peter has deployed his standard first command over on the far side, and that is just a couple of units of light cavalry. That's his scouts, and that just gives them a chance to have a look at what the opponent is going to deploy. Rob is deploying his second command at the moment. That's a couple of units of light cavalry and some more later knights. A lot of later knights in this Venetian army. Okay, here comes Peter's camp. That's being deployed in the centre, and there's going to be some spearmen coming out in a moment.
Right, so this is my main camp with 3 units.
I'm sorry, I think I got that wrong the first time round. Rob has put his camp out with a couple of units of light infantry in it, and those are pikemen and spearmen in front of the camp. Okay, and opposite it you can see Peter's 3 units of spearmen defending his camp. The battlefield itself is fairly open. We got some woods around the outside, a couple of smooth hills in the middle, a couple of areas of rough ground, but it's got plenty of fighting space for the cavalry that's coming in both armies.
And I also have a lucky panda, I'm going to go with that, and 2 retainers, just for fun there.
My Venetians are looking out the recipe for panda. Okie dokie. So, we will deploy. The later knights with a general. The later knights without a general. More like cavalry with crossbows.
My next command. I have more crossbows, spears with crossbows, and I have some cataphracts, and I have a detached general.
Okay, and that's another command coming out from Peter. That looks like a couple of units of
Right, that's my third command.
Okay. My fourth and final command. 10
cavalry and some light cavalry behind there, I think.
more mounted knights with a general. Later knights, by the way. And more later knights without a general.
So how many of yours are later knights?
All of them.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Correct.
And the general's got a plume.
General's got a
General's got a
mace.
in armour. Yeah, mace.
General's got a plume. General's got a plume.
So that's a command of 2.
That's command of 2, 3, 2.
The foot. Okay. Thank you. Are any of your troops veteran?
We don't bother with veteran. we feel that's an elitist concept. And to tell you the truth, your veterans were just the same as mine when impaled on a lance.
This is my blue command. So I've got light cavalry bow, and then I've got veteran lance bow behind.
Gotcha.
And that's the same. I have heroes.
I have
which are
heroes
the
here.
tigers.
So if you want some commentary, that's superb deployment from Peter. By leaving a gap on either side of his main camp, he has now been able to overweight his left flank. Whereas I had to, because I deployed first, spread my line out. Had I placed my left flank behind my right flank, so weighted this, he would have just put that cavalry on the left flank there, getting an advantage. So again, some superb deployment, and I now have one of my brigades slightly out of position.
Can we not refer to overweight quite as much?
What can I say if the cap fits?
And I've got some arrows. So I've got 3, 4, 3. I get 4 here because they're veteran. Do they hear us or not? Oh, fine. Okay. There's no point me going on if no one's interested. So I've got 3 for standard.
Effing and jeffing.
There's thousands of people watching this at the moment.
Possibly
I can feel the
tens,
pressure.
you mean? Possibly ones.
Right.
So, as for the travesty of justice, you won the scouting, you get to go first.
Right. I'm going to start over here with my lucky panda. This command's going to go 1, 2, 3.
No, it isn't, because I have crossbows. You can't march into a square which is covered by crossbows.
It's only formed bows do that. Would you like it? Let's get an umpire.
Well, just
Steve?
a very quick decision. Yeah,
Steve, sorry to bother you. I want to move these here. Rob says because he's got crossbows that can shoot there, I can't go there. And I said it's only formed bows
So
that stop a march.
I'm not an official rule arbiter. I reckon they need to be formed to stop him.
Okay, fine. Do it then.
Okay. 2. 1, 2, 3.
Okay, that's a 2 from Peter, that's a nice card, and the light cavalry have moved out onto the flank on the left. So Peter is going to try and overwhelm this flank
again
by getting his army out there, and there's a second move on a 4. Cards are going really well for Peter so far. So the light cavalry have got right down to the end.
I'm going to turn.
Jeepers creepers.
He's managed to get them down there.
Maybe you're
and
not going to get the
That's
aces.
the cards that he wants.
Right, the first one is now going to try and charge in the flank.
Yeah. Yes. So you get to choose which one you go for, front or back.
I'll go for the crossbow.
Okay, so this is the start of the
so
game.
I've got two
Peter's
chances
got
to hit
all
on
the
an
way
eight.
down the
No.
left flank with a good sequence of cards, and they've now charged Bob's light cavalry in the flank and killed the first unit.
The second unit is now going to try and charge in. Sorry, they are on an 8, so they're on a 5. A 10, so they go in.
Peter's second unit of light horse are now charging in against Rob's light horse again on the flank.
And I'll take the general with me into that box. Yeah. So I've got two chances to hit on an 8. 6. No. I'm now trying to get the
Unfortunately for
unit
Peter,
back
that
to
second
charging
charge
again.
hasn't
I need to
quite
beat a 9.
got
I've got two chances.
the damage
8.
done. But
10. Two chances of an 8.
he's going in again. And that's another couple of attacks.
Try again.
with
I
no
need the
effect.
10. No. So that, would you mind just turning all those cards over? So that command is done.
Okay, so Peter's first commander's got round the flank and done quite a lot of damage there. This is one of the features of TTS is that you can get multiple moves
This command
by
is going to go 1, 2.
as long as you can beat the previous activation
Ace,
card, you
I've
can
got a
continue
general, so
moving the same unit.
An 8.
Okay, this is Peter's second command, and this is his light cavalry and cavalry. So they're moving forwards as well to threaten that same flank.
This unit is going to go there
It's an 8.
on a 3.
So Peter is moving round to put more of his army
unit's now
over on
gonna
this
go
flank.
2.
You can see something of a traffic jam happening there as he manoeuvres his army between
it's gonna
the
go
rough
1,
ground,
2.
the hill and the woods.
On a 6.
And yep, Peter successfully managed to get round this flank and get quite a decent chunk of his heavy cavalry over onto this side as well, so it's not looking good for Rob at the moment. The cavalry and the light cavalry have gone through that gap between the hill and the woods, and they're poised to overwhelm that flank and then roll up the Venetians.
The front unit will try to shoot at the light.
At the handguns.
Yep, activating on a 2 now. So that command is, so blue is done. I've got red and green. This
Okay, Peter's now moving on to his
Front unit's
cataphracts,
gonna
which are
go
the
1, 2.
most powerful troops in his army. He'll be looking to hit a decisive blow with them.
This unit's going to go to there.
And having deployed his army quite compactly, he's now spreading out so that he's picking exactly where he's going to put the blow.
I'm going to leave the general back there. This unit's now going to come 1 and march 1. 1 and march 1.
some high cards played in the middle, so it's unlikely that those units are going to be moving that much further forward.
He's now going to move. No, the general.
The general in TTS allows you to replay failed activation, so if your card's lower you can replay it with the general, and that will allow you to have another attempt at moving a unit. So keeping your general in the right place or having it deployed with the right unit at the start of the game is quite a key part of the strategy.
This unit's going to go back into the camp.
Okay, Peter's now defending his camp, so
that will need
he's...
a 2, that will need a 3, difficult 4.
If you want to move the troops backwards, that's a difficult move, which means you have to get a higher score on the card than if you're just trying to move forwards, which is just beat the previous card or get a 2 or higher on the first card. So he successfully moved his unit on the far side back into the camp. And that's to make sure that the camp is protected from any cavalry that are going to come around that side and try and sneak in. So the advantage of having a large camp is that it increases the victory medals for your army, so your opponent has to do more damage to beat you. The disadvantage is that camps are quite vulnerable and they're worth a lot of victory points if you can take them. So Peter's just making sure that his camp is really well protected there. And we've got a nice advance in echelon there, so the spearman protects the camp but moving forwards to keep contact with the cavalry, and then the cataphracts in the centre, and then the cavalry out on the left are sweeping round the flank of the opponent.
This unit's going to try and turn. And I can't use the general because I moved him, so that's how I'm moving.
Okay, so that's Peter's first turnover. He's killed a light horse unit. He's got a great position on the battlefield, so he'll be really happy with how that's going so far.
Right, I'll start with my far left command.
Rob is starting over on the far side. These are the Italian condottieri Venetians, and that command over there is later knights and light cavalry, so I think the later knights are going to try and get forwards.
Is it okay if I take...
Oh yeah, we didn't take any pictures, did we?
Just got to pause in the fighting while the generals take photos for record books.
We'll try and follow them. As they did. We're doing much else.
So, a couple of units of later knights there, making a bold march move forward. So you can usually move 2 squares, but you can march move 3 if the enemy aren't close to you or they don't have any missile troops that can fire into you. And Peter's echelon isn't quite as protected as you'd like it. So usually if you have an echelon with units 1 square step forwards, all the units protect each other, but Peter's front line, it's got a unit in front of another unit, so that's vulnerable, and that could get hit by some later knights in the flank in a minute.
Let's see if we can get a 10 to hit you in the flank.
So looking for a 10.
General. Oh, close, no banana.
The general allows you to have another attempt at activating the unit if the activation fails.
Right.
So that's why Rob will have positioned that unit there. Okay, we've got some pikes and spears in the centre, and then we've got some more later knights, and then some light horse over on this flank. So Rob's having a think about how he's going to respond to these light horses who are outflanking him over the right.
So this is not a formed unit either.
It's a full... not a crossbows.
Yeah, what I mean is it's not restricting me marching.
Correct.
But I can't march into this square with these guys anyway.
Now, when
Charge into that square.
Rob and Peter met in Wales, it was
So I think we're going to move the pike forward one.
medium kind of scoring draw. But
Scary unit.
it looks like this battle's going to be a lot more decisive, so they were quite cagey there and a lot of manoeuvring before the combat. But Peters went straight in the first turn here.
I think we'll move them forward.
Looks like it's going to be quite a bloody battle, I would say. Okay, that's infantry advancing, so they can only advance one square at a time. They can't march because the Tang are controlling the centre of the battlefield. So that's slowing down the Venetian army.
Leading a 10, general. No. And no. So this is what we're doing next.
Indeed.
Right. Now this is where it gets interesting. This is where it gets interesting. Let's do this command first. Okay. So we're going to pull back the lines. Okay. Which we do.
Okay, so we're now over on the right flank, and we can see that Rob's decided to withdraw the light horse, which are being flanked, and he's going to have to come up with a way of responding to this outflanking move effectively before he gets swamped.
And the lights will open fire into this square. Okay.
And he's going to go shooting at them.
Down to 2. And the front unit is a miss.
We're looking for an 8 or more to hit there.
What would we do if I killed him, which would
they
be
fired,
highly
but they
amusing.
missed.
Now, what do we do here? I tell you what we do here. We pull him back. Okay. Okay.
Okay, so he's responded to this outflanking by
The lights will
withdrawing
attempt to
the
open fire
troops.
again. No. So that's that command.
Does have,
I've got these two
I
in the middle.
thought you were looking
No,
at
no,
me
no. I was
expectantly.
looking
he
at
does
you.
have
I was
a
looking
real
at you,
problem over
attempting
there,
to
because
read
Peter
your
was probably
mind.
going to move those 2 light horses to their
There's
left.
not a lot going on at the moment, I'm afraid.
And then Rob's running out of
there will be
battlefield to
soon.
redeploy in.
I think it's going to be a very, very quick game. I'll hold that.
Okay, Rob's decided that he's going to pause there and see what happens. So he's got a command in the centre. I think he's not sure whether he should be attacking with it or defending. He's decided to wait there and see what Peter does. He's managed to get quite a threatening position over on the left flank, so it's going to be who can exploit that position the best.
These are automatically, they don't have a flank because I'm in a fortified camp. Correct. Just making sure I had read that.
Okay. Peter's having a look at
Those
the
guys are going to move left.
light horse.
Sugar plum fairies?
Yeah, light units don't have difficult moves for moving sideways.
No, that's my dead guy.
Or retreating or turning. So
I'm going to try
on
and
a 2
charge.
they managed to move
Right.
into the flank there.
4, 2 chances
And
on an
they've
8.
managed
Oh,
to,
sorry,
front
you
units
can
managed
try
to
and
Evade.
activate the
you
fourth
can't
attack.
No, I can't, because I can't. Yeah, can't come behind me. No, because I have to turn. Yeah, okay, fair enough.
2 chances on an 8. No. No.
Okay, so they've
So
attacked
that's
the light
that
horse aren't very
one. The
effective,
two
so
is
they
having
have
to try and
caused some
charge.
hits. Unit
So he
behind is
goes
now
in
going
on a
to charge
6, 2
through the
chances on an
front
8.
and get
No.
through attacks.
No.
No
4
hits at
is
all
going
so
to try
far.
and go in.
That kind of makes up for the
No. No.
first turn,
The 5 is
where
going
they
to try
quite a
and go in again.
devastating attack
On
very
an
early
8,
on
I've got
in
a
the
general
battle.
there, so I'll redraw on a 4. No.
Well, I got
So
away with
Peter will
that.
be really disappointed there. He got a lot of attacks in on the
So
flank,
that's that command.
but none of the cards hit, so he's looking for an 8 or higher on a card to get
So
hit there.
blue is this.
So I think Rob's breathing a sigh of relief that his light horse is still there, still blocking that flank. I think this rough ground's causing Peter some trouble, I think, because normally he'd just be pouring his cavalry
These
forwards,
guys are
but he
gonna
doesn't
go
want to
forward.
expose any flanks while he's exploiting his position.
2.
So
Excuse me. Okay, that was
Side
decided he's going to go down there. We'll find out whether that's a good move in a moment or so.
That's the reaction of my men to think if cataphracts
Second cavalry would like to move straight forwards, but if they move into the rough ground, they have to stop, and then they'll have to do a difficult activation to get out of it, and they'll be quite vulnerable while they're in the rough ground if they get caught in there. So he's deciding to move around it. I think he was just indicating with his hand that he's going to move next to the rough ground, but it's clearly making him think quite hard what kind of position his army's going to be in if he gets caught in the middle of that manoeuvre. And Rob might find that he's able to use that rough ground as a kind of pivot to get some of his army turning to the right and attacking this cavalry and the rest of it fighting to the front.
I think these are going to go 1-2.
Okay, and Peter's decided to go round the rough ground in the other direction. And he successfully activated, so that will be a difficult move, and it will count as being a difficult move through rough ground because he's going between the corner of his own unit with the block movement and the rough ground. So that would be, well, the 6 can't be that much more than needed for that. So normally it's a 2 to go forwards, a 3 because it's diagonal, then a 4 because
The
of
front
the rough
guys
ground.
will shoot and retire. No, the general.
Okay. Again, the general allows redrawing cards, but in this case it didn't help. So the card didn't beat the previous card, and those units are stuck there. Rob might be able to take advantage of some of this positioning now, because Peter's units are starting to get slightly broken up and isolated, although he's still in quite a strong position.
These will go 1 to there. No.
That was Peter's cataphracts. They were trying to do a difficult move, and it looks like they got a 2, which means that they're not able to move. So that command in the centre, the general is busy organising them, and Peter's not able to do what he wanted with them, which I think was going to be to advance. He's now got to see what he's going to do with his spearmen to address this developing threat over here, and he's moving his echelon sideways, I think, to avoid being outflanked.
This unit's going to shoot.
We've got some shooting going on over there, so it's activated to shoot, and that's a 9, so that's a hit.
It's an ammo point.
What do you save on?
Against missiles, 3. Later knights get +2.
Wow. They save
So
on
the
3.
conversation there is about the save
Sorry,
those
I
later
said the
knights.
5.
They are.
Add an additional 1. It's foot knights that save them.
Let's just
Did I
check
get
on the
it?
list
What do they
here.
say?
So Rob's
I'm
later
shooting from
knights.
behind your flank.
I must have checked what I save on because
Sure.
I get an extra benefit against this over.
Saving on a 6+ according to this, and then later knights will make that a 5+.
It might be dismounted later on. I don't know.
Do you know,
I suspect I hit you.
I think you're right. I think you do.
Yes.
Two. And I need to save for my general as well. The general's okay. But unfortunately, these guys.
So those later knights have taken some shooting from the 10 crossbows in the camp, and even though they've got a phenomenal armor save, it wasn't good enough.
Okay.
Activate on a 7, do I hit? No.
And the other unit firing is less effective and is not doing any damage.
These guys will activate shoot. General. Oh, sorry, did I move the general? No, I haven't.
No, you haven't.
No. All done.
So that is
I'm
straight
going
to
to
second
use
turn.
my summon has blundered.
Oh, okay.
Okay. And these guys are going to turn around that way.
Ooh.
Okay, so this is a stratagem card that Rob's just played, and there's a stratagem called Blunder. Someone has blundered,
Very good.
which allows you to
Would be better if I wasn't
adjust an enemy unit
If I
to
wasn't
face
disordered,
in
that
any
would be
direction.
genius. If
So
I say
the commander of Peter's Spears has blundered and is now facing the wrong direction, which will allow Rob to get some rear attacks in there. So clearly there was some confusion over whether they were advancing or retiring,
Right.
and that hasn't been sorted out, and the unit's now got its back to the enemy. So yeah, Rob's clearly going to target that unit and try and break up Peter's flank there.
Right, the pike will charge there. I'll start with the infantry command. The pike will charge there.
Yeah.
They do. It's actually what they need. And I miss them. I don't have a hero. Oh, but I have a heroic general. So I will use my heroic general to re-roll that, and I can choose.
Okay, so I'm saving on a 7.
Oh.
Yes. I hit back on a 6. Yes.
Save for the unit. No. Save for general. Yes. So again, frustrating.
Are your generals heroic?
One is just him, as it happens. Again, a travesty of useless. The spear will move into here.
So Robin's attacking, has done a bit of damage there.
7, 8. Okay, we'll send the spear.
Done some damage to himself.
Yes, we can send the spear. And we miss you.
I hit back on a 6.
Yes.
So one of the features of Too Strongest is when you exhaust the enemy fight back, and you get these frustrating situations where you're experiencing, well, you attack and you don't do any damage, but the enemy should be back and do
They
damage.
are. They should be working well. And in my last
So that
game,
means
that was
that
totally
end up taking damage
annoying.
and leaving the enemy intact. So incredibly frustrating when that happens to you.
Okay, I hate to do this. I'm going to try and rally these guys. No. Right, okay. So let's send these guys in against your flank. Yes, they do.
So the later knights are getting a flank attack in there,
I will
which
use
should be
my
quite
lance.
devastating. They'll be attacking with it long,
So
and they
two
get bonus
chances
hit
to get
cards from
8.
the flanks, so that's going to be 3 cards.
8. Hang on a second, and I will use my hero.
Well, you can only use it against the first one,
Against the first one.
which was the 8.
Which was, yeah, fair enough.
So do I save on a 7? No.
Something. Right. These guys will turn. Oh, that's what I should have had for them. And the lights will turn as well. I'm getting the high cards when I don't need them, and the low cards, well, I am.
It all evens out at the end.
You know that's not true. Four,
Oh, no,
four.
it does. It does.
Right, let's see if we can go in again. Ace and general. Ace. You were saying about the evening out.
We all have the same card.
I am waiting for the evening out to occur. Right, here, we'll do this, come on now. These guys will go into that. Okay? And I did go in.
Okay, so I've got to try. I've got to try and evade. On an ace, I don't evade.
So I get 2 free hits on you.
No, you only get. Well, you can use your lance if you want.
No, I won't use my lance on the lance. Famous last words. Okay, cool. Now I automatically charge them.
Yeah.
So I will use my lance this time. 2 chances, can't be roll either, so 1 hit.
Okay. The unit doesn't save on a 5. Good charge. And the general doesn't want an ace, so he's okay. I now fight back on an 8. I've got a lance, so I'll use the lance. No. No.
Well, maybe I should.
Sorry.
Trouble is I want to 10
Results between some later knights and
Right.
some cavalry on T2s, but no damage done at the moment. And the later knights have got a high activation card, so they're probably not going to get a second time.
10. 10. I say again, 10. It's not what I wanted. These guys will move to here. Which they did. And then we'll have one go to get a 10 to go in again. No. Right, these guys return. Which they do. I can't turn and shoot, can I? I can only. Okay, right.
He will be getting some attacks in and doing some damage.
Let's charge these here.
Next turn.
2. Bang.
So these have got to go in
So I will use my lance.
otherwise he's going to get outflanked and he's on to get destroyed.
Hit. Lance. Miss. What way round again?
One hit on.
No, fail. They're gone. Congratulations.
general?
Oh, and the general.
They took 2 hits.
But at least I've got a couple of coins.
You've done well, Rob.
Yep,
Look at that.
good attack. So Rob's done well with it.
I'll move to here.
They're starting to break out of this stranglehold that the Tang have got round their flank.
Can we see Peter
Maybe
gloating
they're
there?
now in a position where they're able to
No gloating.
do some of their own attacks.
Interesting.
So this is our featured game. This is Peter riding with Tang Chinese versus Rob Avery with the later Italians, Venetians. The other games going on at the moment, we can go down with.
Sort of in your biscuit habits.
Yes, so it's a Swiss chess arrangement of games for the second round. So
What I really want
to
to
try
try
and
is to turn these and they hit you in the flank. But that requires 2 activations. I haven't used my general yet, so it's quite interesting to do that. I need a 4.
It's Rob Morgan's Parthians versus Tim Thompson's Eastern Frankish. Sid Bennett Parthians versus Michael Guest's Chinese. Barry Lee's Principate Romans versus Dylan Brown's Burgundian Ordnance, so just an actions from there. Eddie Powell's Dacians and Salvations versus Steve Butler's Sengoku Samurai. Sean Jewett's Salvations versus Howard Ritten's Late Carthaginians. Roger Calderbank's Tang versus Sid Pershing's Sicilians.
I'm going to pull these guys back.
Martin Nichols' Principate Romans versus John
2
Henry
general
War. And Colin Wright's Sengoku Samurai versus Robert Smith's Crusaders. So a few historical battles and
That's fascinating.
quite a
Well, unfortunately, you have
there.
brilliantly got around my flank, and I plan to prevent that and get around yours. It worked to a certain extent, but unfortunately, I didn't quite get what I needed.
I think you were very unlucky there.
I was extremely unlucky there. Yeah, I should have smashed you straight off the table. But hey, such is life. Such is life.
Well, thank you, Bevan. And shaping up to be an exciting match. Peter, the 3-time world champion, I think, looking to try and trash his good friend Robert Avery. I don't know what's going to happen there. I should say a word of thanks to our cameraman, John, who is holding the camera. He's being fed a steady stream of custard creams to feed his custard cream habit. You might be able to hear some of the crunching in the background. Now, Bevan, your last commentator was the inaugural world champion. I'm not sure whether he's bragged about that so far. He came with a longbow army to the first world championship many years ago and won it, and then he's done other tournaments but hasn't won those yet.
I will try and charge in.
Yeah.
So Peter's style seems to be to load up one flank and hold off on the other flank. He seems to want to sort of retire and allow the enemy to go forward and waste their time on one flank.
I'll use my
Charge
lance.
forward on the other.
3 attacks.
3 attacks, and I can use my tiger on the first one. 1, 2, 3.
Saving
back to
on
Bevan.
5s. No. What I'm going to do, I will swap. What I need to do is to swap in a. Have I got one spare? Because the general will move to these guys here. I tell you what, that's my general. Okay.
You need to check the general twice, 2 deaths.
Oh yes, right.
Is he heroic?
No. The only heroic bloke. You actually hit me 3 times, didn't you?
Yes. And a route test for him.
Okay, Peter has got round onto the flank and he is successfully launching his specialist flank charges. His cavalry have got him destroyed 1 unit of later knights and their on to the second now, where they've launched another flank attack and just done another round of damage. So he has got this battle going exactly the way that he wants it to.
I'll move him. No, I don't know, sorry. I will try and shoot at your... I'm going to try and shoot there. No. What a shame.
You'll understand if I can join you in your lamentations.
Yellow. He is going to activate to shoot.
No.
General. Does he hit on a 5? No. The guy behind is now going to shoot. 3. Does he hit? No. The guy at the front is going to try and shoot. On a 9, do I hit? No. The guy at the front is going to try and shoot on a 3. No. General reroll?
You've used a general.
Oh, sorry?
Didn't you?
Oh, I'm so sorry if I did. Yeah, I'm
Okay, Peter's a bit disappointed here. When you get low cards as your first activation card, you're hoping to be able to get 2 or 3 actions with that unit. But the ace is always a failure. So that delayed the first one, and then the second unit got a lower card the second time round, so he hasn't been able to do as many attacks as he likes. Rob was just saying that he doesn't share Peter's disappointment that his flank command wasn't able to launch devastating attacks there.
These guys will turn.
So earlier on in the battle, the spears were had a stratagem played on them where they had confusion and they ended up with their backs to the enemy. Peter's now managed to get command of them again and turn them round to face in a sensible direction. And I think it might be all over for Rob at this point. So his flank is being chewed up on the right, and on the left he's not able to get in and do the damage. So Peter's now got his formation completely protected.
This unit's going to shoot. No. So that's that. I've got red command, which is these 3. This unit is going to try and charge. Yep. I've got a lance,
Yep.
so I've got 2 charge, and I've got a tiger.
Right, okay.
So the first one which I can tiger, no. The second lance, yes.
So 2 hits.
2 hits.
4, 5 is not enough. Have spear. Spear gets home +1, don't they? Yeah.
Yes, they do. So if they start on a 7, they need it 6. They're disordered, so they don't get the +1.
Nicely done.
Okay, so Peter had previously disordered that unit spears, and his cataphracts have now launched an attack which has got a second hit and destroyed the unit of spears. And I think this is going to be a decisive victory for the Tang at this point, because the cataphracts are in, the cavalry are on the flank. They're just destroying unit after unit. So to hit, you need to get a 6+ in combat. But if you're disordered, that goes up to an 8+. So your chances of doing damage to the enemy that's attacking you are significantly reduced if you're already damaged yourself. So a key strategy, as it was historically, is to try and disorder the enemy, maybe with some shooting, maybe with attacking with another unit, and then get in there and destroy them to create gaps. Okay, Rob was just saying that the war is not going to his advantage at the moment. I think we would definitely agree with that.
The difference between this game and the one at Wales is that you outscouted me.
I do have more scouting.
Yeah, at Wales, by one. By one. But at Wales, I outscouted you, and that did mean that I was able to counter your.
Yeah.
You know,
How many medals have I got of yours?
far too many. You have got 2, 4, 5 of my medals.
Out of how many?
Out of 12. And I have 2 of your medals out of 250 or something ridiculous. Right, we'll start over here and we will shoot. We do manage to shoot. And we miss it. And we'll shoot again. General. Okay, we'll now try and rearm. No.
So in TtS, each unit's got a limited amount of ammo that you start the battle with, and once you run out of ammunition, you have to rearm, so you have to send off some figures to go back to the camp and get some more ammunition before you can fire again. So that slows down the effect of missile fire after the initial stages of the battle, which is probably quite accurate. It can be quite annoying though when you've got units in the right place to just finish off an enemy and they haven't actually got the ammunition to do it.
Well, I'm still going to pull back because otherwise I'm going to get. I want to pull back both. If I pull these back anyway, then I can go in anyway if I get the roll I want. Yeah, so I'll pull these guys back.
Okay. So Rob is withdrawing his later knights. Oh, that's an unfortunately high card, so he's got to try and beat that card in order to get them in.
Again, just the cards I want, but in the wrong order. Right.
So he's withdrawing his damaged troops, and now he's going to try and get a higher card, and that's an ace, and that's not going to help anybody.
Right, the foot command. These guys will rather ponderously swing down. Just what they need. Okey-dokey. And equally ponderously, they will charge your cataphracts. 3, general. Come on! What are you saying about the cards being easy? Unbelievable. 5 needed, 2 attempts.
So Rob's Cataphracts have managed to turn onto the flank, but they didn't manage to get a second activation by beating the card in order to get in and have a devastating flank charge. So
Those ones there are disordered, aren't they? So with this command here. I don't want to play anymore. My army, I'm taking it away. God. I can't even charge here, can I? Because I'm in your zoc. I am zocked. So those of you who are watching, you notice Peter's oblique formation there, neatly stopping me charging. The only unit I can attack successfully from the flank is that one at the back, but I can't get it to flank very easily. You can't do enough damage.
Rob's just giving you a tactical commentary, explaining that Peter's echelon of spearmen is preventing him from getting some effective attacks in.
No, they're done. The only command I have left are these 3. Okay. The camp guards were part of this command, but because the pike decided that, despite the fact they were in an epic position, it was far too much like hard work to carrying all those pikes.
So Rob's disappointed that he got a high card there and he's not able to do anything else with that unit.
Sideways one. And the lights will try going on the flank back.
Okay, I'll be honest, I haven't been keeping track of the score here, but you can see the pile of dead units over on Rob's left-hand side, just at the far corner of the table there, and you can see that Peter doesn't have any, so I think there's been at least a couple of units of cataphracts and a light down, and I think Peter's just looking for how to clear this up without losing any points. He tries to win victories without losing any of his own units, which is a nice trick if you can manage it. Okay, so a 4 to activate to fire, but they've missed, and a 7 for the other unit to activate, and again they've missed. So Peter will be getting frustrated that he can't clear this light horse unit out of here and finish the battle. Okay, that's...
Let's see if I can change the camera angle so that you can see Peter's face.
No, I think just suggesting if we can get a camera angle on Peter's face, but I think we've got a nice view of the battlefield here. Okay, and no, we now can't see the battlefield anymore. Okay, so that's a unit of cataphracts that got in there, and that's a unit of later knights that's, or a damaged unit of later knights that's just been wiped out. So this is, and once the unit's wiped out, any units that are orthogonal to it, so beside it or behind it, have to take rout tests in case they react to this unit being destroyed by running away themselves. But those later knights have got quite a strong, strong unit value, so they'd be saving on a 6+, and they have 2 attempts at it, and they only have to pass one of them in order not to rout. Okay. I think the problem Rob's got now is that he doesn't have that many of his main battle line troops left to do the fighting. So there comes a certain point where you're outnumbered sufficiently by troops that no matter what you do, you're going to be taking more damage than you're giving. Okay, Peter is just considering his next move at this point.
I think I'll try and do that. He's going to turn. He's going to turn and go one. You go 1, 2, you think? So I'm on a blue, and blue is him, and you killed a blue. Turn. He's on a 9. I am going to. I'm going to shoot. So he's going to try and shoot.
Okay, nearly a 10.
General? No. Done that, so I've just got just this one command.
Yeah.
Is that a lance?
It is. Very sharp and pointy at his teeth.
Okay, so generals have to save in this when they've been shot at or attacked. And if they play an ace, then they're at risk of dying. And that is unfortunately what has just happened to Rob, and that's another couple of victory points for Peter. We just got our first result coming through. So Andy Powell against Steve Butler. That is Dacians against Sarmatians, and the Sarmatians have got it. Well, sorry, that might be Dacians against Samurai, I think. Anyway, Steve has won a decisive victory, 13-3. So congratulations to Steve. That's just the latest result incoming. We'll just do a quick update. So our first result in for this is Butler against Powell, and Butler 13, Powell 3, and that means that Steve currently tops our results table, but I think mostly just because he got the first result in. And yes, Butler won with Sengoku Samurai. It's quite a nice army. It's got a range of fighting troops and shooting troops as well, and then some quite pokey cavalry if you want them. So right, and we've got the Tang Panda has come out, so it's going to be all over for the Viennese now. And you can see the losses that the Tang have taken there. They've just lost 1 unit of cavalry, so that's a couple of victory points. And I think that the Condotta losses, they've now lost well over half their army. We're just having a pause for some more photography from the generals to record for their scrapbooks. So the light horse are replenishing their ammunition and having a shot, and they hit, and you can hear that Rob is very excited about that. And it's very frustrating when you go to the effort of shooting and you hit, and then your opponent saves, because there's quite a small chance of saving. Usually when you hit lights, you expect to have a decent chance of killing them.
Right, okay, and you want me to step sideways? Yes, so that'd be 3 plus 3 minutes. I'm afraid it will. I think we picked the same. Yes, we did, definitely, because it's very useful in that respect, isn't it? Except I can't do that because I'm in your zone of control. I can only go backwards. Because I'm in your zone of control, lights versus lights.
I've read that you just take control and you do anything.
Yeah, no, you take control and do a legitimate move. Otherwise, I would take control of yours and put him, I don't know, somewhere over here, whereas that can't happen, can it? It can only be a legitimate move.
Well, maybe that is the case.
Would you like to ask? I think you should. Where's he gone?
Okay, we're just having an adjudication here on one of the stratagem cards as to whether when you take control of someone else's unit, you can do anything with it, or you can do any legal move with it.
This is a cracker.
So we went through the Jack of Diamonds, and so the question is, he's failed the redraw. So can I get him to march off the table in that direction?
No, because you're in zone control.
Okay, my apologies.
No, fantastic.
That is a bad play throw.
Okie dokie. Good. Interestingly, this is exactly what I would have tried to do. Right, okay, I'm now going to do the foot command, which is these three, and these guys are going to shoot them. Okay?
And that's an ace for an activation, which means that that command's not going to be doing anything. We've got a rule called Trevor's Rule, named after Trevor, who used to game with us and sadly passed away a couple of years ago. that you should always activate your general first, because then if you draw an ace, you've got a chance of replaying it. Whereas if you activate any other unit and draw an ace, that's it for the command. That's Trevor's rule. Always move the unit with your general first. Okay, we've got some light cavalry going in for a flank charge on the far side there, but that's been saved. No damage taken. Okay, so Rob is going for it. His later knights are getting some attacks in on some spears. And the spears have taken a hit, so... Okay, so Peter is starting to take some damage. If Rob can get a couple more hits in here, then that might be a way back in for him. I mean, his army's been severely damaged and he's close to losing, but you can win from these positions. And one of the things about world champions and the best players is that they are able to win from positions that look like certain losses. Okay, but unfortunately, I think Rob's managed to do some good damage there, but I don't think he's got enough to finish anything off and actually get victory points. Now he's got to deal with the problem over here where Peter is all over him. So for those of you that weren't with us earlier, Peter came round, advanced his left flank, came round Rob's right flank, and has taken out 3 units there. So there's a massive hole, and then he broke through the centre as well. So he's in full control of this part of the battlefield, and Rob's just having to do the best he can not to lose units. Okay. So Robert's got to the point where he's thinking he's just going to charge with everything, because he's likely to lose in a moment anyway, so he might as well try and do as much damage as he can.
We have 2 competitors that have brought knitted hats. One of them has a Roman Praetorian Guard helmet, one of them a samurai helmet. Not sure whether we can interview them with their helmets on. Maybe we can.
Okay, so that was it for Rob, and I'm afraid it really is point of no return now. I think Peter's going to be administering the coup de grace any moment. He's got plenty of battle line units still intact and still in the position to put a good attack in. Welcome to our viewers who are just joining us at the moment. We're coming towards... so that's an activation. A unit fails to activate with an ace. So that is activating a unit of cavalry to charge Rob's general and light cavalry in the rear, where they have a compulsory evade off table, and forcing them off table makes them lose the victory medals temporarily. So there's debate here as whether the general has to evade from this charge, or whether the light cavalry has to evade and the general can make a move to another unit. So that's going to be an interesting one to sort out. So the question is whether the general is able to move in any direction that he wants to avoid this charge, because he's not attached to the unit, he's a detached general. So that cavalry definitely has to go off, but that general is choosing to so the situation here is that the cavalry has definitely pushed the light cavalry off table, but the general has chosen not to be pushed off table with the cavalry, and therefore Rob still has a couple of victory medals before his army is defeated. That is the end of that battle. Peter is victorious. Do I say yet again? And I think that's the second battle to finish. So the first one, Steve Butler and the Sengoku Samurai beat Andy Powell Stations. So we'll have some more results coming in over the next 10 minutes or so. It's 10 minutes till the end of this round. We'll bring you the updated scores and perhaps some commentary with that, and perhaps an interview or two. And then we will move on to round 3. We seem to have more or less got the setup working now. I would have conversations with you and accept some feedback, but it's taxing me quite a lot dealing with all the technology going in different directions here. So probably commenting and discussing with viewers would be a step too far. Okay, so Steve has just gone off to see if we can find some of the players from the other tables to interview, and we'll find out a bit more about the other battles that are going on and what's happened there. But yeah, Peter has decisively defeated Rob, and that's going to be the end of that battle. Oh, thank you.
Peter was quite fortunate with the run of cards, and just at a crucial time.
Yeah, but Rob
wasn't.
So as you can see, Peter is back at the top of the board with a, I think that's definitely going to be a lead into the third round with 392 points. I can't see anybody else getting close to that from their starting positions after the first round. So even a great victory from one of the players who's already won, for example Matt, Adrian, Robin or Tim, they're going to be in second place behind Peter with that kind of score. So is it going to be Peter's year yet again, or is someone else going to come up with a surprise in the later rounds? We'll have to wait and see.
audio from that as well, I guess.
Yep. And then add on
All three of you there.
audio input
So
capture.
for a bit of context,
How do I know which WASI-TAC it is?
I don't know.
The other one's off, isn't it? So it'll be this one.
I don't know.
Yep, there we go.
Is it showing on the... is this thing on? I think you want to switch off the other sound though. Testing.
Yeah, that looks promising.
That shouldn't be John. So no, I don't think it is. Is this
It must be.
testing?
Anything else? Thank you.
1,
Well, if we
2,
all go quiet,
3.
if we all go quiet, it still works.
You might get sound through the door.
That's definitely you talking though.
Yeah.
So
Okay.
I'll unplug this one and then see what happens.
Okay, so Steve and Andy, this was a battle of the samurai against the Dacians with some Dalmatian allies.
That's right.
Yep.
Yeah.
How did you feel when you deployed opposite the armies? What was it like at the start?
Do you want to go first?
Yeah, I don't mind. It just seemed like there was a wall of Japanese, just like straight line, and so basically I set up pretty much to mirror his. He had sort of like a bunker in the middle, so I put my Dalmatians in the middle, where he had like defensive things. I thought, well, he's not going to come out necessarily, so maybe I could use the cavalry on the flanks of his other wings, but it didn't really pay out like that because there was a mixture of like bad luck and also good play from my
Good, yeah.
Erstwhile component.
Yeah. I was watching him deploying his commands, and I left the cavalry tool last, but I had the one with the palisades, and there was a big hill. My camp went behind the hill, my palisades went on the hill, right? Knowing that his cavalry went out in front of me, so I thought, well, if his cavalry comes to two, I'm going to be shooting with my bowman because there were bowmen beyond the palisades. At least I should be able to get rid of something. And I think, and then I put my cavalry right up towards my flank. And it was the shooting your lights, slowly chipping away the lights, getting a token every time I killed a light unit. I think I took 4 or 5 of the light units out, so they were tokens each. And then my cavalry unit went down the flank, killed a cavalry unit. So I liked it, my deployment was alright, and luckily I had the other cavalry unit miles away from his general, but my senior detached general was commanding that to hold the one side up, to stop him sneaking out. And he did, in the end.
Yeah, I got a bit of luck. I took out one of his units.
Yeah.
And got 2 coins. That was about it, pretty much. And the other one, the other coin I got was through his passing his morale.
I was in a rally test.
Rally test, yeah.
With even.
So that was it. That's all I got. And I've just had some horrendous luck. I kept pulling aces here, there, and everywhere. And the general's dying, with an ace. So it was like chipped away at one point. And then with his cavalry coming down that flank, then it was only about time he swept into my camp, and then there's 3 coins there. So it was like, it just like a snowball. It just kept building and building and building.
Yeah.
So you kept on having that sinking feeling where you draw the ace and that's another dead general. And
Well, he drew the ace, and then he drew a 6, and we were both stood there looking at it. And I went, oh, he's seriously wounded, get off the table.
Yeah, that was it.
And that was the last one, because he had
Finished.
one chip left. I sent the cavalry right down the side, pushed the light infantry off the table. He managed to evade twice, didn't evade the 3rd time, I hit him, used the hero to kill him, turned, failed to move. Gosh, that's good. And then the next go, I was looking at it thinking, oh, he's only got 4 tokens left. So luckily you brought your light cavalry unit forward towards my bowman on the hill, and he just went bang bang, he's dead. Well, no, he's got 3 left. Charged into the camp. I had one of the tokens, another one was hiding under the actual camp. So
That's a deliberate tactic.
4 left.
It's
And I was
coins
like,
underneath the camp.
I stood there, I can't believe that. So luckily then, as we said, he fought the unit, didn't do anything to the unit. General turns an ace over, and then he turns a 6 over, and that was the end of the game.
Yeah.
And that was it. But It was a good game. Good game.
For some, yes.
Well, yeah.
No, it was good value.
It was a little couple of points where I was going, oh, we could break through there, and I haven't actually got anything in the way at that moment. But luckily, I rallied them up. That was when I lost my toes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, guys, thanks very much for coming and sharing that with us, and we hope you both have a successful battle next time.
Well, I can imagine now I'll go and play
can
somebody.
only way is up.
My way is I'll go and play somebody who knows what they're doing now.
Yeah.
Like Peter, right? And I'll probably go dive it back down again. All right then.
Yeah.
Thank you very
Thanks
much.
very much, guys.
Thank you.
Face for radio.
I really haven't got the sound for that.
Okay, I'd better get these. Okay, just going to update you on some of the scores that are coming in. So we have results in. We just had that interview with Steve Butler and Andy Howell and heard from them. And obviously Steve got a good victory there. Peter has done what Peter does, and he's beaten Rob by 12 to 2. We've got Roger Calderbank and Simon Purchin, and it looks like that was a 6-all draw. So obviously a really tight fight going on there. We've got Barry Lee with his Romans against Dylan Brown. And that was a victory to Barry. So things not going terribly well for Dylan today. We've got Robin Morgan and Tim Thompson, and Tim, who's an established tournament player, has got another good victory there, so he might be challenging Peter later on today, and that will be a refight of several previous battles. And then we have Sid Bennett has got a very tight victory here. Again, Sid, current world champion.
Do you want another interview?
Okay, so that's the updated results as they're in so far. And yeah, it's Peter Riding and Tim Thompson at the top of the list. Sid Bennett, so all previous competition winners leading the way there. But they're going to have to fight each other, and they can't both win. Okay, Steve was just offering me another interview, so I'll see if I can get an interview to happen. See if we can. And we're live. Excellent. So, Tim, congratulations. That was a pretty good victory.
Thank you.
how did that work out? So, if you talk us through it, starting from the deployment when you saw the army that was facing you.
Okay, well, this last battle was against Parthians, and I was concerned that they were going to be a pretty tough opponent, and that turned out to be the case. But because I've got a lot of reasonable cavalry that can pull armies in different directions, that's precisely what I did, and managed to secure a victory.
Okay, so it wasn't a frontal win against the Parthian cataphracts.
It most certainly was not. Taking them in flank.
Uh-huh.
Though I had the interesting result where at one point I charged cataphracts in flank, got 3 hits, and they got 3 saves, which was a bit annoying, but that's the way it goes.
Yes, I've been doing some practice against cataphracts or with cataphracts over the last few weeks, and they're really tough.
They certainly
with
are.
those saves. So what was it in the end? Kind of down one flank or down both flanks?
Both flanks, and because that pulled into the flanks, pushing units down the middle as well, which then meant he had to try and protect his camp. And when he was down to just 2 medals left, he launched his cataphract camels into a charge and drew an ace, followed by another ace, so they were suddenly disordered. And that just didn't help him at all.
No. So, for anyone who's playing TTS for the first time, it looks like TTS is always a kind of line up and fight it battle.
No,
but you're hearing from Tim here that you can do quite a lot with your units to pull your opponent apart and create flanks.
Absolutely. You start off lining up, but you may well have weighted one flank a bit, and as you manoeuvre your units, then you create opportunities.
And did you?
Sorry, I should add that, of course, the fairly random effect of drawing cards means that battle lines don't necessarily advance in a nice, pretty line. People can get left behind, and you've got to exploit those.
And did you find that the shooting was causing you problems from your opponents?
Yes, with an army like mine, which is Eastern Frankish, which has got a lot of ordinary cavalry, which only save on a 7. Lots of shooting can be quite nasty. So I did a number of saves, and then surrendered quite a few medals by having to do my saves. But
oh yes, of course, because you take the damage now, but then there's that chance that you're going to lose the medal anyway when you rally it.
Indeed, there is. Yes.
So yeah, that makes the shooting more dangerous than it has been.
Mm.
Well, congratulations again.
Thank you.
I don't think you'll be surprised by your next opponent.
I've heard rumours to that effect, yes.
Yes, so I think there's going to be a refight of several previous battles occurring, and we'll look forward to that with some excitement.
Yeah, and of course it'll be my second Tang, is it?
Yes.
Tang opponent of the day.
Of course, so you've had the practice. Let's hope it's another victory.
Well, I certainly hope so, but I wouldn't put any money on it.
Okay, we're having a pause for lunch now. So we've got the scores at the end of the second round, and I'll just run through the results and how the different armies are doing. So you can see we've got a whole mix of armies up at the top. So Tang, Medieval Irish, Eastern Frankish, Parthian, Principate Romans, Samurai, Sarmatians, Parthians. So Parthians up towards the top of the table. They're definitely a very powerful army under the recent rule changes, but a whole mix of armies up there. So running through the results, and I will do this in the order I've got them in front of me. So we had Colin Bright and his Samurai against Robert Smith with the later Crusaders, and Colin has won by 13-4, so quite a decisive victory there. We've got Matt Slade and Adrian Downey. Matt with the Ancient British and Adrian with the Medieval Irish, and the Medieval Irish have taken out the Ancient British, so clearly the slightly more modern army having the advantage there, again by 13-4. Sean Dewitt with the Sarmatians against Howard Lytton with the later Carthaginians, and the Sarmatians have ridden down the Carthaginians. We got John Hillary with the English 100 Years' War against Martin Nichols with the Romans, and that was quite a narrow victory for John. I think the 100 Years' War, you get your shooting in, so you always damage your opponent, but then you can get butchered in combat if they can get in. So, yep, a victory for John there. We got Sid Bennett with the Parthians against Michael Guest, and that was quite a narrow victory by 12-10. So that was Parthians against Western Han, more Chinese there. We've got Tim Thompson, who you heard from about 5 minutes ago with the Eastern Frankish, a whole load of cavalry with lance against Robin Morgan with the Parthians. That was a tough fight, but he won by 11-6. You've got Barry Lee with the Romans against Dylan Brown with the Burgundian Ordnance, and the Romans have taken the victory there. Barry's quite an experienced player, and the Roman army is definitely showing up quite strongly. We've got Roger Calderbank against Simon Perch, and that was a 6-all draw, so I think probably quite a cagey fight there. Neither side getting in to deliver a victory. And then Steve Butler against Andy Powell, we interviewed them earlier. That was the Dacians against the Samurai, and the Samurai got a 13-3 victory there. I think just a solid line that defeated the opponent. And then Peter against Rob, that was the game that we were watching earlier, and Peter putting in one of his typical deployments, waiting a wing and then getting round the flank in the first turn. And Rob played very professionally, but there wasn't a huge amount that he could do after that point. So we'll have some matchups for the next round soon, and we'll bring you all the games after lunch, which is currently taking place.
I've got one wrong somewhere. Forward. Written. This takes longer than the flipping other stuff, doesn't it?
Yeah.
So I've goofed up somewhere.
Right.
I'll bring those back in a sec.
Okay, so the draw is just being made for the third round. At the top, we've got Peter Riding and Adrian Downey. That's Tone Chinese against Medieval Irish. And then we've got Tim Thompson against Sid Bennett at the second table, and that is going to be Eastern Franks against Parthians. That's the battle that we're going to be following. We'll be taking you through that game, talking about the action as it happens. Further down the table, we've got Barry Lee with Principate Romans against Steve Butler with Sengoku Samurai. Sean Jewett with Sarmatians against Rob Morgan with Parthians. That gets us kind of halfway down the table. So we've got our gamers at the top who have got 2 wins under their belt, and then middle of the table 1 win, and then lower down we've got players who are still waiting for their first Wednesday. Okay, so we're bringing you the third round battle between Tim Thompson and Sid Bennett. Sid's got his Parthians that he's been using this year, and Tim has got the Eastern Frankish. This is going to be a match-up between cavalry armed with lance, with a couple of supporting units, and cataphracts and light horse. So the question is whether the Parthians with their light horse can make that difference count. Okay, the players are just getting the table set up at the moment. They are putting... So the way it works is that you do the scouting, and whichever side wins the scouting has a look at the 5 possible tables. So you get 5 cards which show you a layout of terrain on the table, and the player that wins the scouting picks 3 of those and gives them to the opponent, and the opponent then chooses which one out of those remaining 3 they would like to fight over, and then the original player is able to decide which side of that table they would like to fight over. So you can see the layout of the table from the overhead view there. We've got some rough ground and some trees there from the look of it. And the main view of the game, I think we're waiting to get some troops on the table before we put the main view out. So the players show each other their packs of cards before we start. And in terms of the games this round, we've got Peter Riding with Tang, Chinese, versus Adrian Downey with Medieval Irish. We've got the game we're covering, which is Tim Thompson with Eastern Frankish versus Sid Bennett with Parthians. We've got Barry Lee with Principate Romans versus Steve Butler with Sengoku Samurai. We've got Sean Dewitt with Sarmatians versus Rob Morgan with Parthians. We've got Matt Slade with Ancient British versus Rob Avery with later Italian Venetians. That's a bit anachronistic. We've got Colin Bright with Sengoku Samurai versus Michael Guest with Western Han. John Hillary with English 100 Years' War versus Roger Calderbank with Tang. Andy Powell with Dacians versus Cy Perchin with Sasanians. Dylan Brown with Burgundian Ordnance versus Martin Nichols with Principate Romans. And Howard Litton with later Carthaginians versus Robert Smith with later Crusaders. So those are the matchups for the third round. Some historical, some less historical. And we are covering the game between Tim Thompson, who you can see on screen there, and Sid Bennett. Sid has dressed for the occasion in a tie and a waistcoat. Both of these are extremely experienced gamers with competition wins under their belts, so this should be a good game to watch. And we've got the terrain out in place now, and the players are just starting to get their troops out. So deployment is a key phase into the strongest. Getting your troops in the right area of the battlefield where they can overwhelm the troops that they're facing and gain an advantage is a big part of the game. And so seeing how your opponent deploys and responding to that and putting your commands in the optimal place is one of the parts of getting a victory, the other being having good tactics once you've got the armies deployed. So Tim's got 4 commands. He's got a lot of cavalry with lance. So he likes to set his armies up with. They're not that strong. They don't hang around in combat, but they got a good punch, and he likes armies that have got a good punch and can hit hard, even if they're not that resilient. Whereas the Parthians are a bit more an army of 2 halves with the light cavalry with bows. And the cataphracts, which are really solid cavalry, pack a punch, really hard to beat. So it'll be interesting whether a kind of an all medium army versus a heavy and light army, which of those is going to come out on top in this matchup. Hopefully we'll get the camera set up in a reasonable place in the next couple of minutes, and then we'll be able to see the armies deploying and see what's happening during the first turn. So when the armies deploy, they can deploy up to 2 rows of squares in, so the battlefield is an 8 by 12 grid of squares, but they can't deploy in the column of squares on either flank, so you can't deploy right way across the table, and that leaves the scope that your opponent could get round on the flank if they're clever about how they manoeuvre. Okay, and we can just see Sid arranging his army there and considering how he's going to deploy the different commands. So Sid's army, it's Parthians, it's got 4 separate commands. The CNC has got 2 units of cataphracts and 2 units of light cavalry. We've got 1 sub-general that's got 2 units of cataphracts, 1 of light cavalry and 1 of light infantry. A second sub-general with 1 unit of cataphracts, 1 unit of camelphracts, which are camels armed with lances and having some armour on their camels as well. The advantage of them is that the enemy horse don't like them very much. And some light cavalry. And then we've got another sub-general that's just got a large block of light cavalry and light infantry. And that command is there as a distraction. It's there to get round the flank. But it's not going to do a huge amount of the damage. Okay, in picture you've got Sid there, dressed for the occasion, waistcoat and tie. We told people that they were going to be seen by the world, so Sid definitely went for dressing appropriately. Got a couple of generals who are dressed in character, which is quite entertaining, so with samurai helmets and so on. Right, so Sid has deployed his first command over that side, and that looks like it's some light horse, some cataphracts over there, and Tim is deploying a command in the centre, so you can see he's deployed his camp, and with his camp he's got 3 units of cavalry and then some light infantry that's in the camp. So that's lance-armed cavalry across the front there, and then light infantry guarding the camp. Guarding the camp is important because it's worth quite a lot of victory points if it gets taken. And I lost a battle a couple of weeks ago because I was slightly careless about how I'd arranged my army and wasn't protecting the camp well enough. You can see Sid's deploying his second command now. So he lost the scouting, so he's having to deploy his 4 commands, each command before one of the opponent's commands. And that has the disadvantage that your opponent can then see what you've got and respond to it. Okay, so that looks like a command with another couple of units of cataphracts and some more light cavalry. Oh, Sid's just saying that those are the camelphracts, so that's the command that's got the camels in. If they get into a fight with cavalry, they've got quite a big advantage. Okay, you can see Tim has deployed his first command in the centre, and Sid is starting from the right and deploying across. Although you can do that to mislead your opponent, and then you can always keep another command to deploy on the far right flank at the very end. Okay, this is Tim's next command coming out here. That looks like a unit of cavalry. Couple of units of cavalry there. And yes, that looks like it's and just another 3 units of cavalry that are going to line up across there. So that's a okay. So this is Sid's third command coming out. Okay, so that's cataphracts and veteran cataphracts behind, and then a couple of units of light horse out on this side. And it's interesting to see where his final command's going. Will the light horse command go out on the right flank? So will he have set up skewed over to the right, or are they going to go behind the trees and then come out round this flank? It'll be interesting to see that. Before we have that, we have Tim's next commands deploying. Okay, so that's another unit of cavalry, and another unit of cavalry, and then I think there's going to be some light cavalry coming with them. So, yep, that looks like some light cavalry going in front of there. Perhaps we can just hear from them for a bit. So for those of you just joining us, this is the third round of the 2024 To The Strongest World Championships. And we're looking at the second table. So there's another table at the top where the current leader, Peter Riding, is playing Adrian Downey, and that's a matchup between Tang and Medieval Irish. We're following this battle between Eastern Frankish, which are medium cavalry armed with lances, against Parthians, so that's a mix of cataphracts and then light horse with bow. So it's going to be a challenge of different styles, and it'll be interesting to see how each of the players tries to make the most of the army that they've got. Okay, so Sid has set up his light cavalry on the left, so the left-hand side of his army is 6 units of light cavalry, and the right-hand side is a ton of cataphracts. And I think it's fairly straightforward to see where he's going to be trying to land his killer blow. And Tim is now just protecting against that. He's got his final command going over there, so that's 1 unit of two units of cavalry, and then I think 2 units of light cavalry over there. So that's it's quite a tough army looking at it. Just seeing the sheer amount of lance arm cavalry that's facing you. So it'll be interesting to see whether Sid's more resilient troops manage to fight their way through, or whether they just get swamped by the sheer numbers of the Eastern Franks. We're just putting out markers for missiles now. So in TTS, each unit has a limited supply of missiles, and then you have to play activations to send people back to the camp to get more missiles, and you can actually run out. So you are limited in how much you can dance around firing before you have to do some fighting. And we're just waiting for the battle to start, so you can see the lineups in the overhead view. The Parthians with the cataphracts on the right, with a few units of light horse, and most of their light horse over on the left. And the Eastern Franks with a fairly uniform line of cavalry, with some light horse in front of the cavalry on each flank, over on the left by the trees. And over on the right, we have a slight issue here. Okay, my screen just turned itself off, but I've managed to turn that back on, and we're ready to go. So Tim is activating the units over on the right to move forward 2 squares. That's a standard move for cavalry. So the light horse are in front protecting the cavalry. And he's activating the other units from that command to go around the wood. And that's a march move because there aren't any troops close enough to stop him from marching, which means he can move a 3rd square. Okay, and you have to beat the previous card in order to keep moving into the strongest, and Tim has just failed to do that, so he's that command is over. He's moving down the line now. He's just advancing the whole army. Okay. So all the units will move unless they get an ace, in which case that's it. So that command's gone forward. Tim's now moved on to the command on the right, and he's looking to get those forward. So that's a 3. That's a really good card. That means if you want to do multiple moves, you stand a really good chance of beating the 3 to get a 2nd move, sometimes even a 3rd move. So we'll come back to that, and then we got a 2, and if you're trying to do a difficult move like a diagonal move, a 2 is a fail. So unfortunately that unit's not going anywhere, and Tim's now had to move on to his final command in the centre. For those of you just joining us, this is Tim Thompson, Eastern Franks versus Sid Bennett with Parthians, and the Eastern Franks are moving. That's a group move that Tim's doing in the centre, so he's choosing to do 1 activation card to move all of them. The disadvantage of that is that if you fail, obviously that's a lot of your army that's not moving, but it does mean you can move in a coordinated fashion. So Tim has finished, and Sid is now starting on the Parthians. That's a 4. So the light horse are doing a move to get forwards, and starting to spread his light horse out. The light infantry are going into the woods. Sid said in his earlier interview that in his previous game the light infantry had been a real pain to his enemy because they hide in the woods and they're quite robust and secure when they're in the woods. Okay, that's a unit of light horse that's getting round the enemy flank. That's definitely going to be causing some problems. And I think that's some light horse that's doing some shooting. You need an 8 to hit, and it didn't look like that was an 8. Certainly from the way the card was thrown down. These light horse are turning, and they might be going in for a flank charge if they can get another activation. So they're on an 8 at the moment. If they get a 9 or a 10, they can get another move. They've already had 3 moves. So one of the things about TTS, if you get some good cards, your units can really zoom around the battlefield. Okay. And that was a failed activation over there, so you have to beat the previous card in order to get your second move, and I think that was a 2, so that really wasn't going to happen. Okay, the right flank now. So we're starting to move diagonally forward, trying to get round the side of your opponents. Flank attacks are quite devastating in TTS, so if you can manoeuvre your army to get round the side, that's a big advantage. So there'll be a bit of jockeying for position over here. And that was a failed activation. Oh no. Okay, welcome to those of you who are just joining us. This is Sid Benefit with the Parthians in the waistcoat versus Tim Thompson with the Eastern Franks in the blue. And we just had our first casualties of the battle, so I think that was a charge from some Parthian cataphracts from the look of it. And one of the things that happens is that once you've had a casualty, any units that are orthogonal, so directly behind or beside, have to take a test to check whether they rout as well. So I think Tim succeeded there, but it's quite risky. Once you lose a unit, you can get massive holes opening up if your other units rout as well. Okay, and if you fail an activation, if you've got a general in the box, you can replay that card. So that's what Sid's just been doing there. He failed trying to get a second activation, but he succeeded on the second attempt by using the general. Okay, so it's going well for Sid on the right flank. He has broken through a couple of units there. Okay, so these are cataphracts that are moving up with a cover of light cavalry in front of them. And actually possibly that might be some light infantry in front. I know that Sid's got a couple of commands with some light infantry in, as well as quite a lot of light cavalry in the army. So for these cards that he's playing to manoeuvre, and those cataphracts are moving over to the right. To activate the unit the first time, to go straight forward, you just need a 2. If you want to do a diagonal move or turn or anything like that, you need an extra 1 higher, so 3. And then to move again, you've got to beat that card, or if you want to do a difficult move, beat it by 1. So you can get multiple actions in a turn, but all of your actions, including fighting, you have to activate. So you don't get to attack for free, like there isn't a part of the turn where you would do your fighting. You have to activate your unit to attack, which is quite different from quite a lot of other Ancients games. Okay, so we're activating there to move forward, and then activating them to move out. So the cataphracts are forming a fairly solid line across there, facing off against the Normans. And this is now moving on to the light horse. Okay, and that was a failure. So an 8 is always a failure, and if you fail to beat the card, or you try and do a difficult move and you don't get high enough, that's also a failure. Okay, so Sid had quite a good turn there. Over on the right flank, he took out a couple of Tim's units, got himself a couple of victory coins, and Tim now needs to respond and do some damage himself, otherwise the battle can tip really quickly one direction or another, and you can get this cascade effect where you're breaking units and then outflanking and doing additional damage. Okay. So that's some light infantry throwing a javelin, getting a hit, and frustration that that's some damage on a cataphract unit over there. To hit, you have to get an 8+ on the card, so you have to activate the unit and then play another card and get an 8 or higher in order to hit. So it doesn't happen all that often. When it does, sometimes units like cataphracts save, so they're saving on a 5+ against missile fire on the card, which is quite good. Okay, and the East Frankish cavalry are piling forwards with their lances. They're hoping to get in first and do the first damage and then get an advantage so they can exploit. Okay, you can see that those are quite high cards that have been played in the centre there. We just need anything but a 2. So actually we'd quite like a 3 or a 4, so you can get multiple attacks in one turn, and sometimes you can break through the enemy line in one go. Okay, there's the attack. So the first card was a hit, the second card wasn't, and that's one save that Sid's doing. Okay, and Sid was then fighting back, so if somebody attacks you and you aren't destroyed, you get to fight back afterwards. Okay, that was an ace we can see there, the ace of diamonds, and that means that that unit's failed its activation, so that command's over. Okay, here comes some cavalry. I think Tim would have liked a lower card than a 10, but he's got he got the move in there, but the light cavalry will evade if someone tries to charge them, and they evade on a 5+, so they successfully moved back. And we're going to charge. No, I think we might be activated to shoot against that light cavalry. It's very frustrating when light cavalry save. They don't have a very good save, but when they do, you've gone to the effort of trying to get a hit with missile fire, which isn't easy, and then they fail their save, or they pass the save, and it's a whole load of effort for nothing. Okay.
Well, it's got plenty to wait about at the moment,
So I think Tim's having to think about what to do over on that left flank. He lost a couple of units there, and he'll be slightly concerned that the cataphracts are going to smash through that flank and get round to his camp, or possibly just outflank him and roll up the line. Okay, that's another cavalry unit going forward into combat. And Tim will use a lance, so that's 2 cards to attack. So first card, second card, yep, that looks like it was. And he's chosen to use a hero on the first card, which means you can replay the card and see if you can get a hit if you failed it. Okay, and Sid has saved that hit and he's now struck back himself. His cataphracts have got lances as well, so they hit back with 2 cards. Tim's just saying this was not how he's intending to play the game. Well, he's the one in charge of the army, so...
I think he had quite a lot to drink last night.
Yeah, I think that...
Not good,
yeah, I think he means that he wasn't intending to fight a whole load of cataphracts frontally with his cavalry that aren't as resilient. So I think he was hoping to get round the side before he was doing the fighting. He's managed to do some damage there, so he's struck with his lance and Sid's failed to save. Cataphracts save on a 5+, So you've got a pretty good chance of saving even if the opponents do a hit. The cataphracts are now striking back, and the Normans unfortunately have failed their saves, and they are going off. So at the moment, Sid is doing better with his cataphracts. So his cataphracts are being attacked, but they're then striking back in the combat and killing the units of cavalry that are fighting them. And I think Tim has been sucked into a frontal battle against the cataphracts that he wasn't planning to. And he's hoping that his initial charge is going to get in there, so that's another hero being used to replay an attack card. And that looks like it's a general that's been killed, yeah. So generals have victory points as well, and that's also going to make it hard for Sid to act. So those units will be out of command, which makes it, they need to get higher cards in order to do any kind of activation, and you need to activate to fight. So they actually fight worse once they've lost their general. So that's going to be a real problem for Sid. We'll see whether his cataphracts are tough enough that it doesn't matter that much, or whether he starts losing units there because he doesn't have the general to play the extra cards that he wants to, and to get those bonuses that make it easier to activate, and that means you can just attack more times. So you can see Sid having a think about that at the moment and how he's going to deal with that. Okay, so we're starting on the right where he's got the advantage and he's already killed some units. Oh. I think we've just had a photographer substitution, and I think our current photographer is slightly drunk, so I apologise for that, and hopefully the battlefield will level out over the next minute or so. It does feel a little bit at the moment like we're on a ship. Okay. So again, the Sid's got heroes as well. If we fail to make a hit with the first card in a lance attack, you can replay it. Okay. And that's Tim making his saves for the unit and for the general, and then striking back. Okay, so a lot of cards being played there, but not really. A huge amount, although that looks like it's another general that's being killed over there. Generals normally are at risk of dying on a roll of an ace to save. But heroic generals, and I know Sid's got a couple of those in his army, they allow you to replay attack cards, but they die on an ace or a 2, or at risk of dying on an ace or a 2. So you find that heroic generals die far more frequently than normal generals, which I suppose is logical. But it can mean that your army just disintegrates because the generals have all been fighting at the front and then died. I think Sid now has half an army out of control, which is going to be problematic. That's just Sid saying he had 2 heroic generals and now he's got no heroic generals because they're both dead. On the positive side, his units are fighting quite well and are not dying. Okay, I think that's a some light or some horse doing some shooting. Okay, so moving over to this side where he's trying to hold off the Frankish cavalry with his light horse. So, activates. Okay, so Tim is choosing to evade from that cavalry charge. So evading, if you succeed, you move away. If you fail, you get hit. And the critical thing is that your cavalry will turn before they evade. So if you fail to evade, you end up with your back to the enemy and they hit you in a flank attack, which can be quite damaging. Okay, Sid's move is light cavalry up to try and, I think, fill the space and get close enough to do some shooting. And I think that's some cavalry that are considering putting an attack in there. So he's attacking with a lance, so that's a couple of cards. And he's going to use a hero. So okay, so that's a frustrating situation that can happen under TTS, where you attack a unit and then they get to hit you back and they damage you. But at least the Normans have been damaged. Okay, so we've just got some light horse, I think, trying to wound the cavalry before they get in. That's some light horse charging those Frankish cavalry in the flank. They only hit on 8s, but if you get enough attacks in the flank, then they eventually do damage. And there we go, that's another unit of Norman cavalry off, so this is going really well for Sid at the moment. He's done damage on the right flank, damage on the left flank, and he's pushing back the Normans in the centre as well. So the Tim said some time ago, if you were here, that this wasn't how he wanted to fight the battle, and I think he's been sucked into fighting frontally against Sid, and the cataphracts against his cavalry are definitely having the advantage. And Sid is now getting round the flanks as well, so it's looking like a victory for Sid unless Tim can exploit the fact that Sid's general is... Sid's lost 2 generals over on the right, so maybe there'll be some outmanoeuvring there, but at the moment the Parthian light horse are all over the Frankish cavalry. Okay, and the cavalry are evading, so that's the unusual sight of formed cavalry evading from light horse because of the risk that they're going to take a hit and be eliminated. And Tim's lost quite a few units now. Sid not lost units so much, but has lost generals, so has also lost some victory points. But definitely the advantage is with the Parthians at the moment. And you can see from the overhead view the kind of picture where the Parthians on the slightly lighter bases are swarming round the Franks on the slightly darker bases and getting flank attacks, and they just got the Franks in all sorts of trouble there. Be interesting if we can get the 2 of them in here for a post-match interview after this and find out whether they were intending this or whether this is just the way it's turned out. Sometimes in TTS you have a strategy and you carry it out perfectly and you win a great victory, and sometimes you have an idea of how the battle's going to go and then you just can't get your force to behave how you want it to. I think Tim's just having a contemplate of what he's going to do next. So I've had a couple of complete turns here, and I think it's going to be decided one way or the other, probably in favour of the Parthians over the next 10 or 15 minutes. Both sides have gone straight in, and there's a lot of vicious fighting going on, so it's not going to last long whichever way it goes. I'll just give you an overview of how things are going in this round. So we've had 2 rounds this morning, and this is the 3rd round of the afternoon. Leader at the moment is Peter riding with a Tang Chinese army. He got a perfect victory to 0 in the first match, and then a victory to 2 in the second match. He's a very experienced double world champion, and he takes a lot of beating. If you don't know exactly what he's going to do and exactly how your army works, then he tends to wrap up fairly bloodless victories very quickly. He's playing Adrian Downey, who's got a medieval Irish army. I would say that of the two, the Tang Chinese are probably favourite. They are kitted out for dealing with everything that the medieval Irish have got. Our featured match of the day is Tim Thompson versus Sid Bennett. This is what you can see. This is the East Franks versus the Parthians. The Parthians having the better of it so far, but they've lost 2 dead heroic generals, so we'll see how it goes. And the other match at the top of the table is Barry Lee versus Steve Butler. Barry with the Principate Romans and Steve with Sengoku Samurai. Okay, back to our match here. So the Franks are charging in, and that is a unit of light horse that are off. So some joy for the Franks at last. Over on the right flank here, which is just obscured by our camera frame, but you can see it in the overhead view, the Frankish cavalry have destroyed a unit of light horse, and their general has just hopped across to be with another unit. So generals in TTS, if they manage to pass their save and they don't die in the combat, they join another unit from their command. If all of the units in their command have been destroyed, then the general automatically dies as well. So you can often find someone chasing a last unit in the command because it's worth a huge amount of victory points if you can wipe out an entire command. Okay. So that's some more Frankish cavalry charging, and the Parthian light horse has successfully evaded, and they've gone behind their own unit. So you don't really worry about whether light horse get charged in the flank or rear. They stand a reasonably good chance of evading. Okay, and Tim's not getting the cards there for multiple moves, but he'll be happy that he's stabilised the situation over here to a certain extent. Okay, got our first result in from round 3, and this is Steve Butler versus Barry Lee. A moment ago I was telling you that I thought that Steve Butler's, actually I didn't tell you, but I thought that Steve Butler's Sengoku Samurai might have the advantage over Barry's Romans, and indeed Steve has now got a 12-0 victory. So well done, Steve. There'll just be a short interruption in the coverage while I go and update the scoring. So we have Butler 12 and Lee 0, and that means that Steve is now topping the table over on the left. Steve Butler, first result in from this round at the early match of the day, and the Sengoku Samurai are topping the table. Okay, back to our coverage, and Tim is trying to stabilise the situation on that side and ideally knock a few holes. Okay. And these cataphracts, I think, are frustrating Tim by saving everything that he throws at them. So cataphracts save on a 5+ and a 4+ if they're veteran. So it takes quite a few attacks to grind them down, whereas Tim's cavalry will be saving on a 7+. So he's got more of them, but they're not as robust. And they seem to be having quite a lot of one-to-one fights at the moment. Okay, and that's one of those frustrating situations that Tim's had there, where you charge in against something, you attempt to hit, you don't damage your opponent then strikes back and then hits you and damages you. So it feels like you've charged and destroyed yourself, although that's not actually what's happened. Okay, and Tim is withdrawing his troops and then rallying off damage. One of the recent changes in the TTS rules is that you can concede victory medals when you rally if you rally on an even card. So it's not as easy a decision as it used to be whether you're going to rally. It used to be automatic. I would still rally all the time because having fresh units ready to fight is a much bigger advantage than the loss of a medal, unless you get right to the end of the battle. Okay. I think I'm definitely backing Sid here. Okay, so Sid's attempting to rally up his damaged troops as well. They're both trying to get fresh units so they can launch some attacks and do some more damage. In order to rally, the reason they're backing off is that you can't rally while you're in opponent's zone of control. Okay, and that's a successful attack. And that's another unit of Frankish cavalry that's gone. And it's going the way that I was worried / expecting it might go, that the Parthian cataphracts are just so solid that the cavalry have ended up fighting them frontally, and they're just fighting at a disadvantage and losing at a rate of about 3-2, or maybe even 2-1. Okay, welcome to our new viewers who are just joining us. This is the TtS World Championships 2024. We've got an early result from the third round. Steve Butler's Sengoku Samurai beat Barry Lee's Principate Romans by 12-0. So Steve is currently topping the tables. Other than that, it's Peter Riding's Tang in second place and Adrian Downey's Medieval Irish in third place. They're fighting each other at the moment. But they haven't had their result through, so probably one of those is going to be leading, assuming it's not a draw. And in front of you, you can see Sid Bennett with the Parthians. Sid is the current reigning world champion, dressed up for the occasion, having been told he's going to be visible to the world, versus Tim Thompson's Eastern Franks, which are cavalry armed with lance. And at the moment, the Parthians definitely having the better of it. You can see on this flank where the Parthians have got round the side. The Parthian cataphracts are damaging the Frankish cavalry, so they're fighting each other frontally, one-on-one, and the cataphracts are just better at that. Tim was heard to say earlier that this wasn't the battle he was expecting to be fighting, so I don't think that his army has manoeuvred in a way that he was hoping. I think he was probably planning to do something slightly more clever and more involving manoeuvre than fighting one-on-one. And Yeah, we're just waiting for the Franks to collapse in the centre of the battlefield. I think the Parthians have now pushed forward and are punching through. So all of these cards being played, in TTS you play cards to activate the units, you play cards for combat, you play cards for rallying. Usually the cards to activate are played behind the unit and the cards for everything else are played over to the side of the table. So I think we can see Sid having a go at doing some shooting there. Maybe a retire. Okay, so that's definitely a shot there. Oh yeah, the light cavalry, that action they would have done would have been a fire and retire, so they can fire their bows and then retire behind. And that means you can kind of cycle units where you're retiring backwards. And you can keep continuously fire alternately with 2 units at the enemy while moving backwards and retiring out of charge range. Definitely got a lot of combat going on in the middle. Okay, I think Sid's just contemplating how to create the coup de grace here, so he's definitely got the advantage. But his units are in a slight mess in the centre. So he's just having to consider, and I think we're going to be launching a few more attacks here. And that's a failed activation, so that's over. Okay, so we're activating, but we're not hitting, so we need an 8+ in order to hit. So there's quite a lot of shooting that has no effect at all, and then occasionally you get the lucky hit that disorders your opponent. And that was an ace to activate, so that's a failed activation. And you can see the tactical situation from above. The Franks, apart from 1 unit of cavalry that's off to the side, are now surrounded. The Parthian light horse are getting in on the act. The cataphracts have been very successful in frontal combat. And we must be pretty close to the point where Tim's army is going to collapse. The only question is whether he can do some more damage before it does. Okay, so we've got a charge there. And he has been successful, so we have a Parthian unit is now off, and it looks like a light horse failed its route test as well, so the cataphract unit routes and the light horse are taken with it as it goes. Okay, and remember that earlier on in the battle, Sid had 2 heroic generals on his right flank, and both of them died in combat. So heroic generals, they aim to replay cards in combat, but they also die more easily. So Sid has no general control over the right flank, and the question is whether that's going to be enough to make him pay for the situation that he's in at the moment. So it was looking very strong for the Parthians, but the East Franks are now getting in on some flank attacks, or would hopefully be. So okay, so we've got a hit on the flank there. Okay, so Tim is now repeatedly charging in the flank there. He's hoping that he will be able to get multiple flank charges in, because flank charge you play an extra card, so normally it's one card to hit, with a flank charge you play two, so they can be quite a good way of breaking enemy units quite quickly. You've got some cavalry coming around on this flank as well, but I think they're so far outside the area of the battle that they're not going to really influence the outcome of it. And it's whether Tim can do some damage in the centre. So at the moment the Parthian light horse are evading successfully, and the cavalry are in the unfortunate position where they attack but they can't actually do any fighting because the light horse just withdraw from them, and that would have been a flank attack on some cataphracts in the centre, but the activation card was a 2. Right, so we've got Tim's withdrawing his cavalry over there, so he's withdrawing damaged units to attempt to rally them, I expect. Remember, you have to withdraw to rally, you can't rally in an enemy zoc. And I think he'll just be hoping that he can get some units rallied, like that one there. Although, if you rally on an even card, that costs you a victory medal. And he's lost so many already that could actually lose him the battle if he rallies too many times with the wrong cards. And he's now going to try and get back into combat, but it's can be difficult to rally a unit and then get it to charge again. But we seem to have managed to get it in. Okay, so the Franks are stabilising the situation a bit, but they've got Parthians that have punched through the centre of their army, so I don't see a huge opportunity for them. Although it does pay with 2 the strongest to keep going. You can be 1 victory medal away from losing, and your opponent can be a long way away, and then you can just get a run of successful attacks that breaks your opponent's army. So if things are going badly, the best players won't give up. They'll just look for where they can rally their units, where they've got opportunities to put in attacks that might be successful, and to try and get in some victory medals, stabilise the situation, and eventually turn the tables. It's hard, it won't often happen, but the people who win competitions make it happen more often than most. Okay. Okay. So Sid has now dealt with the problem of this flank charge from the Frankish cavalry by withdrawing his light horse and then turning his cataphracts. And I think we've got some attacks going in the centre where he'll be hoping to finish off this Frankish army. If you look at the overall pattern, you can see that Sid's army has got a relatively continuous line. Whereas the Frankish army is a bit more irregular and spaced out, and that can give you an indication of how well the battle's going. Okay, I think some shooting there that's done a positive effect, putting a hit on Tim's cavalry. If you look at how the battle's being played, I'd say both of these players are real gentlemen as well. Interviewed both of them earlier today to talk about their victories in earlier rounds, and they're both very polite and a pleasure to play against. If you're just joining us, this is the third round of the TtS World Championships 2024. Currently in first place, we've got Steve Butler with Sengoku Samurai. He was an early victory in the third round, winning 12-0 against Barry Lee's Romans. We're watching the match between Tim Thompson and Sid Bennett. Tim, with his Eastern Franks, is being bested at the moment by Sid with his Parthians. Sid, of course, the current world champion. And you can see the awkward position that Tim's in. He's now been his arm has been thoroughly punched through the centre. Sid's got a couple of units that are turds going at the enemy cavalry from the flanks and rear. Tim's getting some lucky saves in here, so he hasn't collapsed yet. But the situation is not good, and I don't see him turning it round from here, honestly. I think we might have another unit collapsing over here in a moment. So that's some light cavalry charging in the flank of the Eastern Frank cavalry. So there'll be a couple of cards to hit on an 8. And that will be frustrating for Sid, so he'll be looking for activation there. So his light cavalry is shooting, his other light cavalry is going in on the flank. He's getting his light infantry to come round. And this light cavalry that's gone in on the flank is activated twice. It's now activated a third time. He's still waiting to get... So that's one hit there. Is that going to be enough? Yes, and that's it. That's the end of the third round battle between Tim Thompson and Sid Bennett. Tim with his Eastern Franks, he ended up fighting frontally against Sid's Parthians. He said earlier on, this wasn't how I wanted to fight the battle. The Parthian cataphracts are really tough. I fought several battles with and against them over recent weeks. And without the manoeuvre to avoid them, he has ended up losing. So here is the overview of the battlefield. We can see the Frankish army kind of in the centre on those greenish, kind of darker green bases, and on the lighter green bases you can see the Parthians are punched through and then turned round to face the flank. And that really was quite a destructive battle. That's it for our coverage of this round. We'll be back probably in about 45 minutes with the next round. Between now and then we'll be bringing you some results as they come in, and we'll hopefully also get some interviews. I might see if I can get Tim and Sid to come and do an interview and talk about this battle, and we'll also hear about some of the other battles that have been happening. Right, hello. I'm going to be updating you with results as they come in. We've obviously just had that result from Tim Thompson and Sid Bennett. So we'll move the results to the front and then I will do the updates. So we have Thompson against Bennett. And that was a 12-9 victory to Sid. We've also got Simon Perchin has finally won a victory, so 2 times world champion. Once very early on in the history of the competition, which is celebrating its 10th year, and once quite recently, and that's against Andy Powell. So is Simon's day going to turn round, or are his Sasanians going to be confined to mid-table mediocrity? And we've got Robin Morgan has got a victory against Sean. So that will be Sean Jewett. So we might manage to get some of them in for interviews and find out how their battles went. There we are, we've updated the scores, so our live results, we've now got Sid Bennett and Steve Butler and Tim Thompson are currently leading. So there'll be a tight fight for first place, I think. We've got lots of people who've won multiple victories today. And it might come down to who has managed to win victories with losing the fewest troops. Peter would definitely be ahead on that. He lost 2 victory medals in his first 2 matches. Okay, so this is where we are at the moment. As I said, we'll be back in about half an hour to bring you the 4th round of this. Be interested to see who is fighting who. And I'll see if I can get you a couple of players in for an interview and discuss how the match went.
Almost all the people that have finished have been interviewed.
Oh, God, I've interviewed all these people. Simon? Does he want to come and talk about it? No. Okay. Right. Okay, in that case we'll have to wait for a bit. just getting ourselves set up, hopefully, for the odd interview or two. Right.
So this bit that used to be broadcasting has gone blank. Oh, you're also on the.
I didn't know there was stuff on there.
It was telling me how many viewers and so on.
Oh, I see.